Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ears. The basin is a pretty big place. Could you narrow it down a little? All right. Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my... Atreides and their war... All right.
Which game is Doon? Doon. Doon.
You were expected. Don't look so shocked. As the Duke's master of assassins, I must know the movement of every grain of sand in Arrakeen. You are free to roam the city as you please. Cause no trouble, and you'll never have to acquaint yourself with the more disturbing aspects of my title. I don't have many informants out in the Haga Basin, but I know you've been working with Derek Chinara. So I'll answer your questions about Kynes in return for some information about your friend Chinara. Yes? Then here is my first question. Does Derek Chinara have any affiliation with the Harkonnen? Thank you for the information. Ask your question about Kynes. Arrogant, wild, deeply intelligent, able to slip my spies at will and feign nonchalance. Kynes didn't care about our war. Not until the Fremen got caught in the crossfire. It was as if Kynes had a different agenda altogether. But now I believe it is my turn. Derek Chinara is interested in the Imperial testing stations. Why? That's an old dream, buried long ago. It explains his interest in the ecological testing stations, though. Now, ask me your next question. Kynes would never say. Not the spice. Maybe anthropological work with the Fremen. Kynes was always with them. And applying my mentat faculties to it, I see a large probability that whatever Kynes was researching was near Sietch Tarl in Haga Basin. Movement patterns, Sietch and lab visits. Highest probability is that Kynes was performing Fremen-oriented research out of Sietch Tarl. Ah, but that's not the bargain. A question for a question. And here is mine. Why are you helping Derek Chinara? Well, learning is never to be discouraged. Still, I sense there is more than that. Never mind. Let me tell you about Sietch Tarl. It's a Fremen place, though long destroyed by the Sardaukar. The Sietch itself was destroyed in the battle, but the entrance still exists. In Haga Basin, north of Misa Taril, where the Udum meets the Shield Wall. That's all that remains of Kynes and Sietch Tarl.
Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to my ear. Well, the Harkonnens love their docking fees, so that's gonna cost... Oh, all right.
Welcome to Hanover's. Follow 3 simple rules and you'll have a good time. Rule number 1. We maintain a segregated lounge. You must stay within your own designated cast area. The Na Familia will not abide a low-born interloper, and I don't want to hear the bitching. This rule is for your own protection. They sit around waiting for any excuse to invoke Canley and kill you where you stand. Rule number 2. All drinks cost what they cost. You pay up front, no haggling and no discounts for any Harkonnens. Don't even ask. Rule number 3, stay out of the back room. It's off limits. I'm Anushka Hanover. This is my place. That's a special drink. Fresh cedric juice is hard to come by on Arrakis. Was there anything else with that? You're the second one looking for Tuco in the past week. Same thing I'm gonna tell you. Most of my clientele don't want to be found. And I don't ever ask. Kara sent you, huh? I warned her about dealing with Tuco. He's as greasy as it gets. Tuco must have finally ripped off the wrong mark, and they want him dead. It's actually surprising it took this long. Tuco's a slippery bastard. Won't be easy if he doesn't want to be found. See that room at the back? Normally, I would advise anyone and everyone to stay the hell out of there if they like the skin on their bodies. It's a Samuti lounge. The smugglers use it to coordinate their Harko operations. He doesn't have a choice if he wants to avoid pissing off Fenring any more than he already has. The smugglers keep a ledger in there to coordinate dead drops. If you want to find him, you need to walk into that back room like you belong there and check the book for yourself. It's written in code, of course, but if you can look it over and report back, I may be able to figure out where Tuco is holed up. Welcome back. That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that? Well, this is just an informed guess, but I'm pretty sure that code refers to a dead drop on top of one of the rock spires in Jabal Ifrit.
Dissemination of unauthorized information is strictly prohibited. Trust only the messages approved by House Harkonnen to safeguard our security.
You look a little lost, friend. Music to my ear. The basin is a pretty big... I never miss the chance to... Alright. Can I fly you somewhere today? Music to the basin is a pretty... I never miss... Let's move before a storm rolls in.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hello. Grasses. Illegal? What's so illegal about it? That's not illegal. You're allowed to waste your money however you want. Something closed economy. Where's that base I was trying to steal from? Over here somewhere. There's some abandoned base over here, and I was waiting for a sandstorm to see if it, like, blew up his fucking containers or something. Over here somewheres. I think it's over here, actually. But apparently I need a resource scanner to do this quest. Vehicle scanner doesn't work, so I gotta go back. I think right over here or some shit.
Slangeva.
Slangeva. Oh, I didn't blow up his thing. Mr. Cap, how are you? 5 months already. It's already been 5 months. Yeah, I was hoping some of this guy's stuff would have blown up. But it hasn't yet. I need this thing to blow up, especially. If this thing blows up, then I can, like, try to get into all of this shit. But it seems like the sandstorm didn't do enough. I'll have to come back after another sandstorm. Kinda sleepy? Oh, I'm right there with you, brother. BRB, we baiting Karn into some dumb shit. He was playing Albion online earlier. I watched it for a little bit. It's the classic, what do you call it? Sellout time of year for him, must be. Have you tried it yet? Have you tried that Lafroig? It's really good. Have you ever had an Isla peated before? Like Ardbeg or anything like that? Oh right, no, you had Lagavulin 16 before, so you're not completely foreign to that idea. Yeah, Lafroig's a little bit different because some of Lafroig's malt is malted in-house with their own cut peat. So it's a little bit more medicinal than some of the other ones. Like that Band-Aid Hospital iodine note is like a lot stronger on Lafroig's for me. I almost have a game, if you can believe it. I almost have a game of PAX Premier. We might actually get to play a PAX Premier. Fucker. Where's a sandworm? Right fucking there. It wants to eat me. Ride that hoe. Yeah. I did watch a guy. There's a meme you can do. There's a belt that lets you like control yourself in midair, and there's an ability that lets you like dash. And I seen a short where a guy was actually right. I think he was actually right here or somewhere around here, and he aggroed a sandworm. And this is like a big hill. And he aggroed a sandworm and it was coming towards him. And then he jumped up in the air and used this dash skill and got on top of the back of it. And you can ride it around a little bit. It's not like a real mechanic, but like you can kind of like glitchy ride around the sandworm a little bit if you do that. If you get up on top of its mouth when it's trying to eat you. I imagine there might eventually be like a way to get the hooks though. I'm not really sure like what you would do though. Like say you get the hooks and you hook onto one of these fuckers, what would you do? What would you do with that? I'm not really sure. Not really sure what like benefit it would provide. I guess like movement, but like you could move with an ornithopter too. I guess it's like I don't know. I'm trying to like really like aside from it being maybe cool, I don't really know what the benefit would be. Fuck. Oh, like I'm like stuck. Well, you try the new Indiana Jones game? No. No. I don't know when that's gonna happen. I'll probably play it eventually, but I don't know when. What the fuck is going on? Where's my bike like fucking caught upside down? What is happening right now? This is like a physics engine failure. I can't get off? And my bike's like stuck in like the most stupid like fucking position. What is happening right now? Let's go for a quick little relog and see if that fixes the situation. I'm trying to see, it's like a long shot, but I got like, I'm trying to see if I can get a game of PAX Premiere over here, but I had 3 people at one time. Okay, so I'm off the bike, but the bike is still like in that little fucking hole somehow. Thankfully, this happened pretty close to my base, so I can actually just go get the recall tool. I need to repair my, like, thingamabob, too. This thing. As repaired as it gets. My shit's, like, all broken. Anyway, there's, like, a thing I can use. Where's my thingamabob? Where's my, like... recall... tool. Here it is. So I learned that apparently if you like turn your shit off, it like uses less of your batteries. Not that like batteries are particularly hard to come by or anything, but I need my scanner. Where the fuck did that go? There it is. But apparently if you go like, if I go up here and like turn this thing off, like if I go manage, disable, then my stuff loses less power. So this says it has 6 days of power on it. What if I go over here and just go manage, disable? It still says it's 6 days of power. Manage, disable. No, that's still using the same amount of power. Not really sure if this is true or not. What about this one? Manage, disable. And that didn't change the uptime at all. Do I have to, like, do this? Hold on. Let me go talk to the sub-thief console. To power down in 4 days. So one of these is probably like only got 4 days on it. This one. But when I was watching other people, they would like turn shit off. And it would like increase their like time that they had. Because, like, you're using less power. But it's not really doing that for me. I don't really understand. Oh well. I guess there's no reason to turn these off. Didn't seem to change anything. Maybe that was a bug. Or something. I mean, it does make some amount of sense that if you turn stuff off, then you could, like, power something else, you know? Or that it would use less batteries or whatever. I guess you could turn off generators. Like, I guess that, like, you could disable power generators if you didn't need the power. Like you could go like... I wonder if there's a way to automatically do that. Hold on. I don't ever use all these things at one time. It is kind of annoying to like have to turn them off and on. I'm just trying to understand like how this mechanic works. Like say I disable all this stuff. So I'm down to 125. So I only actually need 2 of these running now. I could power this down. Now I'm still like within my power limit. But this number is still the same. I guess that's because these things have a cap on how much juice they can have in them, right? So now I'm burning 75 times 2 instead of times 5. This is burning and this one's not. Even though there's power in it. So if you had really big generators, I think the reason this isn't working the way I thought it would is because I'm using little shitty generators that have their storage completely filled. Whereas I think I watched someone do it with like really giant big generators that maybe produce a shit ton of power and the power storage wasn't full. Anyway, it's not like this is any amount of power. Like, to power this is no amount of... It's like no amount of actual batteries. But I probably could disable this stuff that I just very rarely use. Like this thing. I guess right now I'm not using this thing at all. Yeah, maybe I could turn off this stuff that I'm not actively using right now. Like, I'm not going to make a vehicle part anytime soon. But, like, the recycler and, like, these blood tanks, keep those on. And then, like, I can turn a bunch of these power generators off. And then I'm not, like, wasting batteries, I guess. More lean, you know, so if I need to use something, I can just turn this one on. Be more annoying or whatever, but it's not a big deal. It saves me resources. I'm a penny pincher. Okay, let's go fix what the fuck's going on with this goddamn vehicle. Thankfully. It decided to bug out at a convenient place. I guess I should always have this tool on me in case the vehicle does something weird. I've never had this happen before, but I definitely have had situations where I felt like it could happen. I'm like, I don't know how my bike didn't get stuck, kind of situation. Alright, I have my resource scanner now, so try to get this quest done. That's kind of like where we're at. We have a bunch of quests around that we need to do. And my like game plan is loosely like get a bunch of these shit quests done, and then when they're done, I want to do a full-on fucking base move to a completely different place. And then I want to like build my fucking car and stuff like that. Because the biggest like power spike I can give myself is building a car, a mining car. This crackhead game again, absolutely, dude. I'm fucking high on it, like I'm high on, like this guy's high on spice, dude. I still have lots of prog left. Before I get frustrated and hate the game, like apparently a lot of people are. There's some kind of bug with helicopters right now where like if you like get in them with stuff in your inventory, it like disappears. People are crying really bad, and I would cry bad too if I was randomly losing items. But I don't have a helicopter yet, so I don't have to worry about that so far. It's like seems to be uniquely a helicopter issue. Or ornithopter issue or whatever. I guess they're not really helicopters because they like have floppy wings. So I'm gonna go all the way around to get to this rock again because it's completely surrounded with quicksand for one little back way. It's a trick. Like it looks like you can go through right here, right across, but there's actually quicksand there. I bet you people get got by that little spot right there because it looks like you can go through there, but you can't. You gotta go all the way around here. Okay, so supposedly I gotta use a resource scanner here. Who's shooting? What's blowing up? What's happening? Supposed to find Buddy's stash or something. Apparently I have to go over here now. I don't really see where his stash is. Or whatever I was looking for, but... Maybe I could have done it with the vehicle scanner and I just missed. Oh no, I don't have anybody for Pax Premier again. Almost had a game. Where is this? Down in here. I guess something in theory these quests would be easier to do if I had an ornithopter, but it's not like that much harder to do it with a bike. Oh, is this another broken base? Looks like a broken base. No access. There's definitely stuff in there. But this doesn't look like it's broken. Although... I wonder. No, he's got one in there somewhere. I couldn't see it. Oh, what the heck? That didn't work too well. Okay. Investigate the mineral extraction facility. This is the wrong check mark. What's going on? Telling me to go 190 in this direction, but the thing's right here. It's kind of weird. That's totally not... Something's not accurate. Something's not accurate with this. Is it underground? Oh, I think it's this. I think it's this thing. Under me? Is this over here? No, that's the descent. I think it's under me. This fucking area is such a pain in the ass to navigate. I think it's this thing right here. Yeah. I should have zapped my bike. I didn't even think about that.
Someone's here. Who's their shield on?
Usually I have stuff in it. That looks like radiation. Am I gonna take radiation going in here? Yeah, there's radiation in here. I'm just gonna fucking run in and click on the thing. Get the fuck out of here. Search Tuco's remains. Fuck. I need to get it. I don't know what this radiation actually does, but I get the feeling that growing meter down there is bad. Yeah, there we go. Wasn't in there too long. Should probably look at what radiation does. If the meter gets full, you die, I think. Instant death. Okay. So that meter goes up to 100k. And at 150k rads, you just die. Well, probably shouldn't just die. That seems bad. Problem now is I gotta get out of here. And the bike's that way. I could go up this fucking shithole. I hate this fucking area, dude. Why would I be unhappy with you? Oh, I got 3 people. I got 3 people. Are any of these guys, like, good at the game? I mean, this guy says he's waiting for Race over the Galaxy. There's no way. He's gonna actually play my game. You never know. I got 3 players. It might pop. Yeah, but just take this all the way to the top. I should do what I want. I feel less lost in this compound now because I kind of roughly know what it's doing. There's just a giant hole in the center that's a stairway. Let me get out.
Reveal yourself. There's someone here. Shield on.
Well, guess I gotta use a gun.
Eyes on enemy.
Got them.
Oh, he left. Okay, should be able to just ascend out of here now. Dang it. I'm gonna stay in my. Oh, fuck. That's it, back away, fucker. Fuck. Damn it. So we're done with that. What is there to do now? Shit in here, I guess. Gather ID tag. I need a probe. Okay, we'll go to this corner, I guess. We'll try to sneak in the back way. Instead of parking this, I could just go... suck it up. And spit it back out again later. There's nothing in it. Okay, so journey track. Man, it's hot in here. Why does it say it's over there? What's my guy looking at? It should be right on top of me. On the map, it's right here. But on the compass, it's like this thing. I guess verticality is... I see what it is. Verticality is tracked when it comes to the distance. So it was like underneath me. And it looked like it was ahead of me. Okay. Well, I don't have a probe, but I could probably get in here and get this done, maybe. My bike is in the tool, so I don't have to, like... It would be nice to have a probe. I'll go back and get a couple probes. Dump my shit. Sandstorm is coming. Is that even gonna hit me? That sandstorm barely even seems on the map. I guess it'll hit south, and that's it.
we meet again. Let me see. They belong to the informant you were sent to meet. This blasted war of skullduggery. Trenton was innocent. Sometimes I wonder if... No, forget it. Let's get back to work. We've located some of the deserters connected to the ambush. There's a rumored sickness spreading among them. Details are vague, yet frightening. Hope you're not squeamish. I need you to draw blood from the deserters. There should be a console at the camp. Use it to analyze the blood samples.
Where is this? Up there. Okay. Alright, so I want to go get a couple probes. I'm kind of like traveling light, so I just blitz these quests. So I want to bring a couple of probes because I get the feeling I'm going to go into some fog. I'm surprised all these places still seem habitable. Guys built their main bases over here. I wouldn't want to have my main base here. Thingamabob out. Shove this crap in here. There's so much weeds. No. And this thing gonna fall down eventually.
done. Who's that? Grenade out!
The Sardaukar destruction extends even to these small shrines. I cannot decipher their purpose, but the altar seems to have contained a quantity of spice. And the murals. Such beauty to be destroyed by the cut of a lasgun or blade. All I could decipher from here is another step on the journey of the Zensuni Wanderers. Thurgrod. Perhaps there's some link between the Zensuni and the Fremen.
Shields up!
Enemy sighted. Need to reload. Are you lost, friend? Get up! Attack the enemy! They're coming!
by the... You got this.
we meet again. What were the results? That is troubling. There are frightful stories being whispered about. I have my suspicions, but I must not jump to conclusions until we know more. I must know more first. An old friend of mine is mixed up in... She might be in danger. I've been trying to locate her. It's a delicate matter. That's all I can say for now. A gang of Harkonnen deserters are holed up in a testing station. I have reason to believe one of them knows the crash site of a ship called the Catheria. Go to the testing station, find a report or any other evidence of where the Catheria might have crashed. Do whatever it takes. This one is important to me.
Where car Sandman? Not quite yet. There's all these like quests that you have to fucking do up in this area, and none of this like has aluminum in it. So I've been like trying to like blitz all the quests in this fucking upper corner so that I like don't have to come over here ever again. The plan right now is like, I just want to like get all these shit quests done. I did a whole bunch in here. And then once like I get this one done, hopefully there's 2 things here to do, and then hopefully once I go here, I won't have to go back over here ever fucking again. And then the plan is to like build a new base like around here somewhere, and then I'll have like I'll build all my fucking my car and my fucking ornithopter and everything, and then new base. I don't want to like do any more shit down here like this. I want to like work on getting this base like decommissioned. So I'm trying to like just get as much done possible so I can get to the point where I don't need that base anymore. Because right now it's still closer to like where all this shit is I'm trying to do. And in theory, what I could do is just do this part first and then get like a ornithopter and then fly around and do this stuff, but I don't know. I'm not trying to do it in some kind of order. Handheld unique Mark III scanner. Specializes in only detecting the living. Handheld life scanner. I wouldn't say I outgrew it. It's just that it's not near the better stuff. Like, this is all iron, right? And then you need iron and steel's from here, or carbon or whatever from here to make steel. But like, I'm at the point where I have like 200 something steel and I don't particularly need it for any reason. So I need to get to aluminum, and aluminum is like over here. So I don't want to like be stuck working out of this base that's in an iron area. I want to like have my base where the higher resources are. That's kind of like the plan that I had like since the beginning, is like a lot of people do have their main base around this thing. There's a lot of people's giant main bases like in this area, because this is like the first time the game tells you to make a big base, it tells you to make it around here somewhere in like the quest line. So there's a lot of people who did like just sit here and make a big base and then made smaller bases over here, and then like I guess they fly their stuff back or whatever. But I don't want to be stuck here. There's not really any reason to be over here after a certain amount of time. Too much shit. Apparently the meta thing to do, though, was to just, like, rush the, like, ornithopter as fast as possible, then you could fly around the map. Apparently that's what the meta thing to do was. From the people who were, like, playing the beta or whatever, they were just like, yeah, you just get the flying mount as fast as possible. It's OP. And that probably makes a lot of sense. Why is that not stacking? I should probably put the speed booster on this bike, considering I'm not really using the storage right now. Yeah, there's a bunch of things I gotta do to, like, I gotta build the second base, and then I have to do a bunch of crap with the resources in this base to get them moved. Because I have, like, I think almost like 200 milliliters of water over here. Or 200 liters, I mean. And, like, moving that is like a pain in the ass. So I might need to, like, use the water to make, like, silicone blocks or something like that, which means I'm gonna have to, like, farm flour sand. Just so that I can, like, move the water in a unit that is, like, easier to move. Because, strange as it sounds, like, moving water is actually one of the harder and most annoying things to do. You have to, like, put them in these jars. This only holds a liter. I have 100, almost 140 liters here. I'm gonna have to build another cistern. But if I use it in processing ore or something like that, I can just move the ore, and that effectively moves the water. Am I out of steel ingots? Oh, maybe I'm out of steel ingots because I made that fucking whole bicycle. Hold on. Well, shit. I don't want to farm any more steel. We'll just make some shitty containers. That copper. Get us by, you know. Can you mass refund it when you scrap the space? Yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Cab. Thank you for your rate of 5 viewers. Appreciate it. Hello. I'm the Blood Boiler. We're playing Doon, if you like that kind of thing. I also tend to talk about alcohol, if you're into that thing too. No whiskey today? I mean, I don't really schedule whiskey on the weekends because it's kind of like whatever. I know we have like a scheduled hour on weekdays. I mean, I can pour a drink, I suppose. I don't really like have any reason why I couldn't. I just don't have a scheduled time to do it. I can pour a thing. Hey, why don't you pick a thing? Oh, actually, you know what we could do? Just for you. Yeah. Yeah, I could get out the red bank just for you. I actually don't drink this too much because I've already gone through, I think, half of it, and I don't reasonably expect to be able to buy another one of these. I'm actually surprised you were able to find one. I mean, it's not quite half. They had 4 bottles left. I get the feeling that whatever shop you went into, do they do online orders? I think they don't, I would guess. Because there was stuff in there in your picture that I was like, that shouldn't be there. Probably not, it's a local store, yeah. I get the feeling they don't have a web store because these things like will sell right the fuck out. And the other thing too that I noticed, I'll show you what I mean. And you might look next time you're there. You should look. I'm sure you read what I wrote, but But this thing, so this thing here, I do have one of these too. This thing, which I haven't opened, but you can like usually get this, but it around here, in order to get one of these, it's like 1 per customer. And it does stay around for a little while. This is a heavily peated Campbelltown. Just have a secret shop that gets good shit, but no one knows? Maybe. But the other thing that's in this picture, this thing here, I don't know what Kilkerran this is, but Kilkerran's one of these brands that, like, just sells out in, like, 1 second. It's kind of like Springbank. It's from the Glengyle Distillery. So, whatever this thing is, this is probably a good buy too. Unless it's like, the thing is though, in the States, sometimes they jack the price up, right? So I don't know what the price is of this thing. But in terms of like availability, we had a Kilkerran 8-year come available like 2 weeks ago on a Canadian web store, and it sold out within 5 minutes. So just like frame of reference. And this thing sells out really quick too. This thing tends to sell too, obviously. So I don't know what this is, but but yeah, anything from like Springbank or Kilkerran, it sells out really fast usually, especially Springbank. Long Row is like the heavily peated Springbank, so it does actually say Springbank up here in the like on the glass. But anything that's actually titled Springbank, it sells out really quick, and typically stuff from Kilkerran sells out really quick too. So if they have stuff there, you might be lucky. But that's actually true. There's a couple guys from British Columbia that I've talked to that I'm in their Discord. I'm in a Discord that they're also in. And basically what they say is like, if you try to like get these at online stores, it's like a gamble, right? As soon as they get posted, they sell it immediately. But like, kind of like maybe in the case that you have, there's some like sort of mom and pop little liquor stores that don't have a website, but nobody around them like is in the know and knows that these bottles are like sought after. So one guy, what he does is he like physically phones these liquor stores in Alberta asking if they have stuff, like physically phone stores that like don't have a website. And they're like, hey, can you ship this to me? And that's how he finds his stuff. Because these like little stores, they just don't know what they have, and people around don't know what they have either. And there's no online presence for like all the vultures of the internet to like steal everything. Do I have Blantons? I do have Blantons. There was so much Blantons around here, I couldn't justify buying more than one though. But yeah, I do have a Blanton's. I have like my Blanton's is like a vanilla bomb. It's like really vanilla. BTAC, no BTAC. You were joking? Oh, I'm not joking. But yeah, no BTAC stuff. When the Whiskey Festival was around here last November, I already had this. There was like maybe like 30 something like this that got dropped in my neck of the woods, and I managed to get one. But then the Whiskey Festival came along. They had so many Blanton's original and so many Blanton's green label that I was there on the last day of the festival to see what was left at the like shop, and they still had cases of both green and regular Blanton's, cases and cases of it. And I already had this one, and I was like, I can't justify buying another one. Like, it's going to take me like 2 years to get through this. I don't need to buy like more. I know they're single barrels, and I know I could try to find all the little letters, but to me it's just whiskey, so I'm not like worried about the like hype about it or like hoarding it like some people do. But they had so many Blantons up here, both this and the green label, which the green label you don't get in the United States, which for some reason the green label is like 200 USD secondary market because you can't get it in the United States. But it's just a Blanton's that's 40% alcohol. It's like it's a shit Blanton's, really. It's just hard to get because they only ship it to export markets that have a % alcohol tax, like Canada. But there was no BTAC around here. They had like maybe a few bottles of Stag Junior, but those just got like sold in 1 second. It's hard to get. But yeah, that's the thing, is like Blanton's and like bourbons and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if like that shop can't keep the bourbons in stock, like any kind of like allocated bourbon. People are like in the know, like, in bourbon hunting is like a thing, right? People just go to different alcohol shops and look for Blantons and Stags and Eagle Rares and stuff like that. But I'm talking about Scotch. The picture I was, that you showed me was about Scotch. I think people are not so much in the know about Scotch, right? So, because it's not the same game so much. Only ever shell out for the mini bottle just to have a horse bottle. Yeah, I'm not worried about getting another Blanton's. If I drink all that Blanton's, I feel like I'll get another one. They're not that rare, at least not here. I saw Blanton's in Japan at a tech store. Yeah, there is a guy that's, again, I'm in a bunch of Discords that are all like whiskey enthusiast Discords, and there's a guy that I know that like his girlfriend is in Japan, so he goes to Japan, and how he how he like pays for his trip is he'll go there and buy like Blanton's or like other American bourbons that are easy to find in Japan that are hard to find in North America. Like things like Wild Turkey 12-year-old, or like there's like, I think Evan Williams 12-year-old or something like that. Like he'll buy these like bourbons that no one in Japan really gives a shit about. And then he'll bring them home and sell them in the United States. Because in Japan, it's like no one's in the know about bourbons. And like in the United States, everyone's just like a vulture trying to get anything, right? But yeah, Japan is goated for whiskey. And yeah, it's goated for scotch and goated for bourbon, really. But yeah, this is again, of the whiskeys I've rated, this is the highest rating I've ever. I gave this a 90 points, which I know you know probably at this point that most of my ratings are between 50 and 70. So giving this 90 points is like an insane score. It's an insane whiskey. Yeah. You're, especially for the price, this is an insane whiskey. And this is the only batch of it. They will not make another batch like this ever again. But yeah, this is Freud Cartridge 2024 10-year-old cask favorites. You got the 2024. Yep. This only comes out in 2024. So the one you have is also 2024. That's why I'm surprised you found one. 2025 is going to be lower cask strength rather than this one. So this is the 10-year-old cask favorites. And of course, this is a Suntory Global Spirits product. This is 52.4% ABV or 104.8 proof. It is non-chill filtered and of natural color. And it spent 10 years in first and second fill ex-bourbon and quarter casks. And then finished in ex-sherry butts, ex-Pedro Menez sherry butts and hogsheads. How the heat is. Again, this is 52.4, so for me, this is not hot at all. But my favorite proof is like basically between 50 and 60. If it's like over 60, that gets a bit hot for my taste. And if it's like under 50, it gets to be a little thin for my taste. Not that there isn't great whiskeys at 46% alcohol, for example, but like 52.4, this is like a perfect proof for me. Now, one of the secrets about the Cartridge, one of the secrets is the year is in the proof. So this is 52.4. The 2.4 is for 2024. Last year's was 52.3, or the 2023 one. Now, it's going to be different if you have a cask strength one. Again, the 2025 release is cask strength lore, so they can't put the year in the proof. But most of these are, if you're not sure what year the cartridge came out, if you look at the proof, it'll tell you what year it is. So if it's 51.8, that means it's the cartridge for 2018, for example. But yeah, celebration of old friends. You tell me to try Ardbeg Ugdal. You could try Ugdal. The thing about Ugdal is, again, this is Ardbeg. So this is like the raw, aggressive, heavily peated Ardbeg. But this one is like sweet and sherry. So you kind of like have to both like aggressive peat character and you have to like the like sweet sherry components. mixing these together, right? A lot of Ardbegs taste really similar. This one is distinct in most the fact that it's a sherry whiskey. It's not typical of an Ardbeg expression, but if you like sherried whiskeys, it does have like a sherry play on your typical Ardbeg, right? That's the main difference between this and like any other Ardbeg. Or did you pour this one? You'll find if you just sit in that nose for a minute, it'll turn to jam. You'll get the Pedro Menez jammy part right on the nose too. Very sweet. But recommendations for taste of common expressions. So probably what you want is you probably want something that's like something bourbon barrel from the Spaysides or the Highlands, something that's like orchard fruits and honey and spices. You probably want to buy something that's sherry cask matured, something that's sort of like jammy or rich in that like dark toffee, dark spices kind of world, red fruits, dried fruits, raisin dates, this sort of idea. And then you kind of might want to visit something partially peated, like you can go like with Highland Park or Talisker or something like that. Some of Talisker is pretty aggressive on the peat, to be honest, but something like that's got like a touch of smoke, like Ben Romac, for example. You can do like a mix of like bourbon and sherry with like a touch of smoke. Ben Romac is like a good example of that, or like Highland Park is always a good approachable one. And then you might want to try something like heavily peated from the Islas or the Islands. Again, like Talisker's not a bad option. Like Baseline Lafroig 10, Lafroig Quarter Cask, Ardbeg 10, Lagavulin 16 if you want to go a little bit more expensive. That'll kind of give you like a rough idea of like, hey, there's like the sweet fruit, honey, malt, bourbon barrel kind of scotch. There's kind of like the sherry heavy dates, figs, raisins kind of scotch. And there's like the mixed, slightly smoky kind of scotch. And then there's like the heavily peated kind of scotch. And these are not, scotch isn't limited to these four things, for example. But that would be like, you know, a place to go. I'd like to get a good like survey, I suppose. Get like a Glenfiddich 12. Get like a Ben Romac 10. Get like something sherry like Bunnahabhain 12 would be a good sherried whiskey, and then get like a Lafroig 10 or a Lafroig Quarter or something like that. My personal favorite of the like Isla distilleries is Lafroig, but if you want to do an Ardbeg or a Lagavulin or something like that, that's also fine. Oh. Yeah, this is like, I did a blind, which my blinds are still fucked up, but I still have like 80 blind sample whiskeys, and the last time I blinded this, I knew what it was immediately. May as well have something heavily peat without anything to cover it. Sounds like the most common factor. Yeah, I mean, peated scotch is kind of like, it's not like everyone's favorite necessarily, but it is like, Isla's a very like popular destination for whiskey. But there's lots of guys that I know that just do not like smoky whiskey at all, and they just want fruits and nice, pleasant honey and that sort of thing. Yeah, so this one has some evolution to it. You should be able to, especially if on a fresh crack, you should be able to get that like jammy note right up front on the nose. But there's some good evolution to this. You're going to get some like barbecue sauce. You're going to get some like maple bacon. some protein factor, hickory smoke. And of course, it's also laced with everything Lefroy is good at, so it's going to have, like, again, that wood smoke. You're going to have some iodine, medicinal notes, kind of like in the back of the mid palate. Like, every time you get into that nose, you'll get something a little different, too. Don't mind that. It's just spice blowing up in the background. It's no big deal. Yeah, I would, if I was you, I'd take this slowly. I find that if you give this time, the nose on this will kind of change and evolve in the glass, but also, like, if you get accustomed to, like, the heavily peated and the smoky portion of it, you might get more of the jamminess. For me, it's kind of like you enter with, like, a lot of smoke, but there's, like, a jammy component in the middle of the palate, and then you get into, like, iodine, medicinal, hospital notes, earthiness into, like, the finish, right? So, this whiskey will reward you kind of, like, being patient with it and being very, like, deliberate with it. Oh, that's so good. But this is part of, like, the difference that proof makes too, right? So if you're into, like, again, I know you've had Lagavulin 16, that's at 43% alcohol, right? So even though, like, this does a great job of bringing the smoke, like, and it is a very smoky, ashy whiskey, there's a certain, like, heft and intensity of flavors that this doesn't have, right? And you can kind of see that difference when you try something a little bit, like, heftier, like this one. It's more intense, you get more richness, and those, like, other, like, non-smoke flavors have more of a chance to present. That's one of the things that I've kind of noticed is, like, sometimes these smoky whiskeys, if the other elements are not strong enough, you can't really get them, especially if you're, like, not very acclimated to the smoke. But the longer you live in this, the more, like, nose and palate blind you'll be to, like, the smoky components. And you'll start to get more of the other stuff. Blast your senses like an air freshener so you can't smell anymore. I don't know about that. See, I'm, like, starting to get some of that kind of, like, saltiness, some of that protein on this nose. So, like, to me, it's, like, very barbecue sauce, very, like, barbecue sauce meat on the grill, or, like, sweet bacon sort of kind of aroma. And if you can get that, like, jammy part in the middle of the palate, you'll see there's, like, a very graceful transition between the elements, and that's kind of, like, why I rated it so high. is because a lot of whiskeys, they'll have like all of the elements here, but they'll be so like mixed together and like stumbling all over each other and hard to like distinctly taste each individual interesting element, almost like it's not quite crafted in a way that like each flavor is distinct, whereas this one is. And that's kind of why I like it so much, is because maybe it's not that complex on the palate, but you can distinctly taste all the different elements, like you're not trying to search for stuff. But I'm getting used to proof, or for 104, it's not as hot as I thought. Yeah, I do not find this whiskey hot at all. And again, certain whiskeys drink hotter or like softer for their percent alcohol sometimes. It has some amount to do with the age, for sure. Like if you have an older age statement whiskey, like for example, if you had a cask strength 16, you might find that drink smoother than like a 5-year-old cask strength bourbon, right? Hatozaki small batch, 92 proof, 12-year. I find that hot. Yeah, it could be, again, it could be to do with how it was aged. It really depends, but each whiskey also has like a certain proof, and sometimes like whiskeys will drink hot or soft for their number. Like you expect it to be more or less, and then you kind of like turn out more or less. I've had 80 proof whiskeys that I felt were hot, and I've had cask strength whiskeys that I felt were very drinkable. Yeah, so you have no idea. Like it looks like it should drink about as hot as a 12-year-old whiskey, but I don't know. Because some amount of it is like, again, when the liquid comes off the still, right? It's not. There's cuts that you make. Usually you cut the head off, and the head usually has a lot of those like offensive, kind of like not palatable chemicals, but it's not like a hard cut and dry. It's not like we just say, oh, all the like offensive parts, all the offensive compounds are gone now, we're gonna cut and take the heart. It's a percentage, right? And what tends to happen is like those compounds that come off the still first are the ones that have the like highest rate of evaporation. So what happens is when, say, there's a little bit of that left in the cut that they make, then that goes into the barrel. Those will be the first things in the barrel to kind of evaporate out in the aging process. So that's why you find like really young whiskeys will have like new makey characteristics that you don't like, is because they haven't had the time to have those like head cut compounds like dissipate in the maturation process. But who's to say where that particular distillery cut their head? So maybe they cut it further into those unfortunate compounds and hope that like the age kind of takes it out so that they have a larger heart cut, so they have more whiskey to mature. And then you might end up having a whiskey that like has some of those unfortunate compounds even at an older age statement. I don't know. I'm not like a scientist about distilling. I just kind of know roughly how it works. Rye whiskeys I find a bit rougher. The Plantation OFTD I have is 69 ABV. I'm pretty sure the sugar they add makes it not hard down at all. Yeah, I don't know with... in theory, I know Plantation does dose their stuff. I don't know how much dosage is in the OFTD. I do know it's a high alcohol spirit, but in theory, 69% alcohol should still be 69% alcohol, you know, whether there's sugar added or not. But that might make it more palatable for sure, yeah. You don't like the Woodford? That doesn't surprise me. The Woodford is not a bad whiskey, but their distillate is not my favorite. And it just comes down to like the stuff that comes off the still at Woodford is just not my favorite profile. So I kind of like agree roughly with how you have things. I haven't had that Basil Hayden subtle smoke, but but that's like one of the things. Oh, see, this whiskey rewards time. The note evolution of this is better. It just keeps changing on me, and I love that. That's one of my favorite parts. It's so impressive. Like, just as I'm sitting here talking and I'm leaving this and I'm not drinking it, I'm having new experiences. But yeah, like, that's one of the things that we talk about bourbon sometimes, is bourbon at like cask strength actually might drink a little hot, and that's because a lot of bourbons are actually not that old. I know that they have more barrel impact and it's hotter in the United States. But you know, some of those bourbons are like between 4 and 8 years old, right? So, you know, there might be a younger, firier in that way. It might be like a little bit hotter when you tend to drink them, but there is some amount of like tolerance, right? Like some people like there with bourbon, there's kind of like a proof war. Like people just want to like have it hotter and hotter, and then people kind of just drink it straight and kind of just learn to tolerate that high of a proof. To me, I don't think things have to be that hot to be good. I think mid 50s is a good ABV. That doesn't mean like for the right whiskey, 65 is bad, or for the right whiskey, like 48 is bad. Does I get more jam than smoke on the nose now? Yeah, like if you're not getting as much of the jammy part as you kind of like get accustomed to the smoky components, you might get more of that Pedro Menez cask. And for your like, we'll say, for your understanding of detection, the PX cask used in this, it wouldn't necessarily come from the same sherry producer, but it's the same kind of sherry that would have been used in the Rabbit Hole PX. So that Rabbit Hole Pedro Menez sherry, it's the same type of sherry barrel that would have been used to finish this whiskey. So roughly that like jammy note you get here should kind of like spark some kind of memory to the jammy note you would get in the Rabbit Hole. They should be somewhere in the same ballpark. That being said, like, the whiskey they're in is very different, so certain notes are going to cover other notes in certain ways, and it might not exactly hit the same. And there might be a difference in how long they've spent in the additional barrel. Do I have it written how long this was in here? I don't have, they didn't say how long this was in the PX. But, you know, it could be more or less time, right? Lafroig 30, yeah, they just came out with a 30. I think the 25 is discontinued now. If you see a 25 cask strength, I think that's discontinued now. But, interesting thing about Lafroig 30, if you, you know, that's an expensive whiskey, but there's this thing about Isla whiskeys that you might not know. And basically what it is that the smoky parts of especially like heavily peated whiskeys, after a certain amount of time in the barrel, there's a magic thing that happens where like some of those smoky components actually over time will get converted into fruity esters. So especially in Isla smoky whiskeys that are over 25 years old, because that's basically roughly how long it takes for this to happen, you will have the smoke components of the Lafroig become like darker and like more like kind of like undercurrent, like charcoal smoke, and all of those like fresh campfire kind of aspects, they get converted into esters that are like tropical fruit in flavor. So you'll find, I think, if you end up ever trying like a really old smoky whiskey and you think, oh, this is a really old smoky whiskey, and go in there expecting it to be a smoky whiskey, you'll find it's a little bit smoky, but it's actually really tropical fruit because over those 2.5 to 3 decades of barrel maturation, those smoky components actually got chemically converted into fruity esters. So that's one of the wild things about really old Islay whiskeys, really old peated whiskeys. And the only way to experience a whiskey like that is to pay the price for a really old smoky whiskey. You get a coffee? Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I can see how you would interpret that as coffee. To me, the same note is kind of like associated with like the tar and the earthy components of the peat. So usually when I think of that note, I think of like earth or like burnt logs, creosote, or sometimes tar. But I can see how you would interpret that as a coffee note. And that's one of those things that I find interesting about, that's fascinating about whiskey, is that flavor recall is personal, right? So if you go into this whiskey not primed with the idea that like, I'm going to get this earthy burnt log note on the finish, and you just kind of think, what does this taste like to me? You might think black coffee, for example. And that's totally correct. Even though that's not what I would say. It's 100% correct. Because it does kind of taste like a black coffee. But to me, it's like that same note for me is like that earthy, tarry, black charcoal burnt log aspect that's in many peated whiskeys. And you'll probably find that similar earthy note in lots of peated whiskeys. You might not have found it on the Lagavulin 16 though, because the Lagavulin 16 tends to be more smoky and ashy and not as much earthy. So like I don't get as many earth notes on this one. So that might be new for you. But it also could be enhanced roughly a little bit by the sherry barrel too, because sometimes, especially Oloroso, but Pedro Menes can have the same effect. Sometimes it comes across as like a dark toffee, like a sweet, dark flavor, which you could also get on the finish, kind of like sometimes like mocha, sometimes like very dark spices, like clove, this kind of idea. Sometimes again like dark toffee, or you could get coffee or bitter chocolate, for example. These are like common things you could get out of an Oloroso sherry butt, which you could in theory get out of a PX cask too. So there's a world where like that kind of like tarry component is amplified by the PX cask to come across more sweet, like a coffee, for example. But the other thing too is I think, like, for example, if you had a Lafroy that wasn't PX, you'd probably get that similar kind of like dark note. And because to me it's like associated with like tar and earth, but oh, this is really good though. Yeah, I find that if you just let this sit, every time you get into it, you're going to get into something a little different. And that's kind of like, when I kind of like rate aromas, for example, there's like aromas that are like, you know, got a couple things. There's aromas that got like a bunch of things. There's aromas that like, you have to dig to get everything. And then there's aromas that like every time you nose the glass, something new and interesting kind of emergent happens, and you don't really know when you nose the thing what to expect. And to me, like, that's like the upper echelon of like how well crafted an aroma could be. I know what notes exist in this, but I don't know how they're going to recombine into like, you know, barbecue or jam or campfire or what have you, right? And it's just like a new, fresh, interesting experience every time. And that's what makes it most interesting. And like the whiskey for me has to exemplify that kind of like variability in recombinating aromas for it to like receive the top level of score from me. And this does one of the best jobs, to be honest. But yeah, fabulous whiskey. Absolutely. Yeah, I think it to me, it probably doesn't even have anything to do with like coating it or swirling it. It's just that this particular whiskey, and you might find that it improves with some air too, but this particular whiskey, every time you get into this whiskey, you're going to get something a little different. And that's just the strength of the craft of this particular whiskey. Last I'm drinking from is technically for high ABV stouts. Yeah, you're not like in the... It doesn't have to be a Glen. There is obviously, like I use the Copitas for energy drinks. Those are just as fine in theory. So long as you're having something with this bulbous kind of like tulip shape, you should in theory be good. And a lot of beers probably try to like we'll say sipping beers probably have a similar kind of like attempt to do this sort of channeling. That being said, there is a difference between the glasses. Again, we did get those Copitas and I did test them with a couple different whiskeys. And it definitely is true that, for example, the Copita has a higher like ethanol hit. I found like alcohol was a bit more present on the nose of the Copita. And it also like did a lot to show more high notes, like notes in the treble rather than the bass. Whereas the Glen like did a better job of getting those low notes, those like coffees, dark toffees, syrups, like dark bitter spices, like burnt log, earth. The Glen did a better job of that. There's not really a wrong glassware to use, just you might get a bit of a different experience depending on the glassware. Part of the reason why I use this one is because it's the one everyone uses. So if you want to like, if I want to identify with you and what we're doing, then it's kind of like, well, if you're using a different glass than me, you might get different notes than me roughly. You might need to like remove a certain denominator to try to like get the same experience as everybody, right? So part of the only reason I use this one is because most people use this one, and kind of want, when I write notes for my reviews, I want my notes to be like somewhat compatible with most people's experience, which is in a Glen, right? This is a fabulous whiskey. It's dangerous. Dangerous whiskey. It's a dangerous whiskey. You might find yourself without a bottle pretty soon. I'm actually really surprised. I was really surprised how fast I went through that one. Like, Because most of my bottles, like, you know, they're like 75% full. That one, I like didn't realize it was already at like half. I was like, holy fuck, I already drank half of this. Because it is really good. Guess who has 12k points? What were we doing? I don't even remember what we were doing in here. I think I was just dumping stuff, and then I was going to go up here and do this shit. Running out of shelf space? Oh, it's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game, Cap. At first, you're like, well, I'll just buy a few. Oh, this one seems good too. And then your space is filled up, and you're like, well, I think I need to buy more space. And then you fill that space up, and then you're like, well, you know. And you end up with this fucking cabinet full of fucking shit. Which, you know, again, this cabinet is full. And then that's the old cabinet, and that cabinet has stuff in it too now. But don't worry, we got a kind of cabinet that once the little cabinet gets full again, we can buy one that's exactly the same as that. So they look good together. Oh shit, I got a game of Pax Pamir. Holy fuck, hold on. Hold the phone. This might start. If this fires, I'm playing this. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're gonna take a break from this. It happened at a good time, too. I didn't expect to even get a game of this. What does this do for me? Okay. Buy bookshelves used for booze. I have a giant, like, cabinet that's for power tools, because that way the shelves are made to hold, like, 180 pounds, so I don't have to worry about saggage or anything like that. Okay. It's been a while since we played this game. We're all pretty new to this one. I only played physically. It's been a while, but... So what can we do here? I need to change my stream title. Let's just go Russian. We'll just ally Russian and just start like that. Let's go board games. And I'm sorry for you guys that probably would have preferred to watch Doon, but this is a game that is very rare to get a game for, so I've been waiting for like 3 hours to see if I could get enough people to play a game, so we'll at least try to get one game into this. Tastes like bourbon. Yeah, tastes like bourbon. Tastes like bourbon. Tastes like barrel and cherry, spices, vanilla. A little bit of caramel. Maybe licorice in there too. Pruny stone fruit. There you go. There you go. What about leather? That's a good note. Okay. We got two Russian. My buddy, Earl of Tees, he's also Russian. Your life is not falling apart, child. You're 7. Okay, what's going on here? Sky, 2 armies up here. What's on? What's here? Money. So this guy is already going loyal. So he's got a Russian loyalty card. Do I want to just, like, not? We can kind of just not. We can kind of just play for unrest, perhaps. Kind of like this guy. Taxation. What do we got here? Take 3 rupees if I purchase. Remove all tribes and armies in Persia. Ooh, this is not bad. Let me buy this guy. And let's get him in. So now we rule Persia. Let me get some music going here. Hey, wait, what? Yeah, let's just get some music going. Yeah, so I know this game looks like super nerdy and not cool, but I'm into some of that stuff. This is a game about 18th century Afghanistan, in which Russian and or British forces tried to control Afghanistan, and we are perhaps little tribal warlords trying to best navigate a troubled Afghanistan in a period called the Great Game. So right now, these two guys are allied with the British. My friend Earl of Tees and I were both allied with the Russians. So we're sort of on the same team. We're both on Team Yellow Bear. So we can both control the yellow pieces. But only the person who's most loyal gets the highest benefit. So right now, this guy has a card in his tableau, which gives him an additional influence. So he's more loyal. So if we win the yellow team, he gets more points than me because he's more invested. So while I'm on Team Yellow Team, I might not actually want Team Yellow Team to win. We're in like a bad marriage, somewhat. I haven't been paying attention to what cards these guys are picking up, but I think it's kind of okay. We're kind of all chilling here. So what I want to do is I want to buy this Persian guy here, which will allow me to tax. And also will make it so that it guards my Muhammad Shah here, because he has an ability. Your political cards cannot be targets of the betray action. So we'll put this guy on this side. We're cementing our rule in Persia. I must place a spy. I'll place a spy on this guy. No, place it on him. Oh, what just happened? Someone did a thing. Someone did a bad thing. A bad thing happened to me. I wasn't paying attention. What just happened? Oh shit, I'm an idiot. Oh well. I invested in Persia and then Persia got wiped because I wasn't paying attention to the event. That's okay. It's been a while since we played. So part of the idea is if Team Russia is winning by at least 4 pieces, then Earl of Tees is going to get more points. So I might want to make sure that Russia's not winning, but if I do that, then I want more of my discs in play. Discs are are important if a particular faction isn't actually winning. Let's see what we can do for our friends on vertical. Edit transform. All right, dominance check is on the board. You think I should fight this guy? I could try to fight him, you know. Try to fight him for bear dominance. These British guys are not putting any pieces on the board. Oh, this guy just put some pieces on the board. Okay. Okay, it's fine. I want this guy. I want my friend Haj Mirza. Oh wait, no, this guy's an Afghan loyalist. I could go Afghan. I could just turncoat go Afghan. We could do that. I'm not committed to this Russian shit. This guy's very Russian. Very, very Russian. I need him discs off. What we got here? Get this Russian guy in. Still want this political situation. Okay, that doesn't matter. Let's get this guy in. And we'll flip Afghan. Boom. We're ruling Persia again. It's all good. So we need some pieces. Need some pieces to protect my Persian Empire. My Afghan Persian Empire. I'm not going to pretend like I have a chance at dominance. But I kind of want to like... Right now there's no way into Persia. So I want to put some pieces in play so that... If they try to make some roads into Persia and blow up my stuff, I can blow up their roads. That's what I want to do. I need some troops. I need this guy here. Perhaps. This is Kandahar, though. That's kind of a ways away. I need this. No, that's Russian. It's a Russian card. If purchased, your military cards are always considered favored until the next dominance check. How much money do I have? 4? Yeah, there's no Afghan. These are all cards that are not for me. I'm gonna have to get this Giselle Sharpshooters in. Or let's see. We could use this fruit market. To build. That might be the way to go. Get some money. Oh, we're back on blue. We're off of farms. We're on to eyeballs. That's a great pour. We're gonna go work out. If you're still on, when I get back, I'll tune in. Rock on, sir. Have a great workout. Our friend Johnny G Ninja is got all the influence right now. Will Smith is back again. Yeah, okay. The guy took my fruit market. I needed that. I really needed that fruit market.
Hey, listen.
I'm listening. This guy is all in. Oh, you can't play that, brother. You can't play that. What? How is he allowed to play that? I'm confused. How is he allowed to play that? Don't I rule and I tax him and he doesn't have any money? Oh, he's got... Yeah, I guess he's got enough tax shelters that it doesn't matter. My fellow bald brother. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that me. Well, that's ugly. I thought he couldn't play that because he didn't have any money and I was ruling so I could tax him, but and then he couldn't play the card, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So now we're kind of in a bit of a pickle. Because the guy can like blap me at any time. We're on weed again. Oh man. I need more plays of this game. I'm feeling like I'm really we're in a rough place here. Even this Kandahar card. I can't quite. This guy battle me. We gotta watch out for this guy. He's gonna score a bunch of points. We might have to spend some time assassinating his Charles Masson. Yeah, I think I kind of like fucked up as soon as I like didn't realize that my Persian Empire was going to fall apart because of that random event card that was in the display. So I kind of like tripped right at the beginning, but Let's see what happens. I feel like I'm the only person who's trying to do something about this guy. But this guy's gonna score. Score big. Do I just give up? Do I just give up Persia? Maybe I just give up Persia. Maybe I don't care. This guy's hoarding all the cash. He's got $7. What do we have here? Claim of ancient lineage. When you take tax action, act as if you rule every region. Ooh. We're on, we could straight up assassinate buddies. Charles Masson. The free action. Do the good for the table. Trying to decide if I need to if I want to just try to send these into Kabul and just sit around Kabul and start blowing these roads up and sit in Kabul. That's a terrible place to be though. Persia's a better place in the fucking corner. I do. Ooh, what just happened? This guy flipped British? That's so weird. I guess he flipped British because I don't see why. I don't know why he did that. Balance is coming. Assassinate this guy. I'm broke now, so I gotta take a card for free. Isolate myself against Johnny G. Yeah, this guy knows he's going to score the most on dominance, so he's going to make sure it happens, but I'll score the second most, so it's okay. There wasn't really any way I could have scored more than him. The only way someone can score more than me is if this Hawthorne guy flips. Like if he takes Prosper here, puts 2 spies and flips Russian, which might be the correct thing to do. Actually, that is probably the right thing for him to do. See what he does. Because that way he would score. And there's just no way pink is scoring. And even if pink's scoring, Johnny G has the most influence with pink, with Brits. So he doesn't want to do that. I think you want to take Yan Prosper. This flops off. You get 2 spies. And you score second influence. He is not going to do that. Instead, he's going to score pink. He's going to make pink pass the dominance check to wipe the board. But Johnny G is going to score the most points. That seems very strange. That's a very strange play. He helped that guy score more points. Okay. Well, I guess we're back to ruling Persia. I guess that's kind of okay for me. Except for the fact that I'm the only person who didn't score. It's bad for me like that. Attack somebody? No. You have to spend a turn taxing the board? That seems terrible. I got a buck from somewhere. This seems good. Let's go with that. Play this. Here's fine. When I want to go towards Kabul or just go towards Persia? Let's go this way. Oh, I guess I could do both. Leave my options open. This guy can go. Another donuts. The tribes in Transcapia cannot be attacked. Recurrent Jews. This might be not bad. Throw this guy down. Change it to farming. Get a free farming action. Send my guys over. What other options do I have? What does this do? Military favored suit. That might not be bad for me either, actually. Your military cards are always considered favored if I purchase this. That would help me. I could do lots of taxing. Ooh, I don't like that. That road's going away. We're not going to have that. Okay, Blue's doing some good work sneaking in on Johnny's fucking board here. Oh, he just assassinated that guy. No, he's fighting for influence. Oh, this guy flopped Afghan. Oh, weird. Why would he place this road if he's going to flop Afghan? Strange. Strange thing to do. Okay, so I purchased this, and I can tax for free per card. Who's in Kabul I can steal from? Can I steal from this guy? Oh, I don't rule Kabul. That's right. Get that fucking shit out of here. We got one more action. Oh, this is not good for me right now. Buy this guy? Sure. So I play this guy, I can tax as if I rule any region, and I can start just siphoning money out of some of these guys. Although... I'm not really in a great position in any place. You can't assassinate him, brother. Good try, though. I guess he can, like, keep him hostage. But he can't assassinate him. So I have a bodyguard. Sending that towards this guy. Free action wheat. Maybe I should buy a favor. Maybe I should buy an Afghan favor. Is that the right thing to do? I don't know that that's the right thing to do. This guy's hoarding all the money. I wonder if that's his strat, you know? I can tax him. But I kind of want to, like, restrict... Actually, this guy's... He's the guy I'm kind of in a bad marriage with. Maybe I should be taxing him. Dominance is coming. I need discs off my board. Buying an Afghan favor helps. Playing the bar, what are they called? Bakharan Jews, this helps too. This guy went long for Hazaran Chiefs. He went long for that. Rules Herat. I can actually betray my own guy to gain Afghan loyalty too. I could actually play this guy and then keep a play in my back pocket where I assassinate him for Afghan loyalty. Okay, this guy's made some plays, but I think we'll see what happens, but if I can trigger dominance, then I will, because I can buy a favor And then we can trigger dominance. And Afghan dominance, I'll have the most points. We'll see what this guy does. These guys are moving discs, but this is a spy on his own guy. Okay, so we're in military. Oh, I guess that makes it so I can't score. Ah, it's kind of yucky. I can fix it. Wait, I can fix it. I can fix it. So can I take from this guy yet? Oh, you no longer... Oh, I need to play my guy to do that. It's fine. Take it from the market. I don't want to, like, use a turn on it, if that makes any sense. Okay, and then we'll play the Jews. Pay a bribe to blah blah blah. Yeah, you can have a bribe. That's fine. We'll leverage for 2. Must place a spy. Just place it on my own guy. It's fine. Changes the favored suit, which allows me to buy a favor as a free action. Wait, was that not a free action? This is a free action. 2 actions remaining. This is a free action. Oh, I guess... Yeah, buying and playing this is 2 actions. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Okay, well, we'll do it anyway. Discard a card. This guy can go. Wait. This guy can go. Oh, that dominance. That dominance was so good for me. Oh, that dominance flip was so good for me. Oh, that was so lucky. It did what I wanted. I didn't have to pay for it. That was so lucky. Okay. All tied up. All tied up, one more dominus check. Okay. I can't believe that this guy flipped Afghan and then, like, put the points in my lap. That was so weird. This guy is pretty good, isn't he? Yar Muhammad. Your spies may double their distance when moving. And he provides an extra board space. What do we want to do now? Well, I'm kind of like stuck Afghan a little bit. Because if I lose Afghan status, like if I switch allegiances off Afghan, I lose, right now I lose 2 discs. That's bad. This guy wants to fight, eh? I can't tax for free anymore, that's sad. What game is this? It's a game called PAX Premier. This guy just dumped some Afghan pieces on the board. Remove all armies and tribes in Kabul. That's kind of shit. Do I need to, like, make this ploy where I assassinate my guy happen quicker? I'm not as rich as I was. What's this card? If discarded, no effect. Until discarded, this card cannot be purchased. Any money placed in this card is removed from the game. Oh, it's a cash sink. Huh. Oh, what the fuck's going on here? Oh, this guy bought Yar Muhammad. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Yar Muhammad's really good. Red is in a powerful position, but he's in last, so it's kind of like weird. What can I do? Red is Russian affiliated. Okay, we're gonna go. I gotta bribe Johnny because he's got his spy on my dude. Need people to gang up on Red? Somewhat. I want to kick his guy, but the problem is another guy is impeding me from kicking that guy. Like right now I could do a free action to have my Afghan affiliated soldier shoot one of Red's tribes. But right now he's being blackmailed by Johnny G Ninja's spy. So it's kind of like, I don't know if I want to pay 1 to do that. That's probably worth it. I'm going to ask him to waive the bribe so that I can shoot Red's token. He waved it. No, wait. No, I didn't wave it. It's good for him. I don't know why he wouldn't wave it. Okay, well, guess we're not killing him then. What am I doing instead? I can get this guy in there and build. What else could we do? Wheat fields. I don't have a way to move. Give me this Kandahar guy. You can go here. Let's place a spy. I want the spy on him. So stupid. I can't pay one. I can't. Must discard a card, yeah. That's so weird. Like, the only way... It was good for him. It was good for him for me to kick Red. I went to Gray and I was like, Gray, can I please kick Red? And he said no. Okay. I'm not paying you $1 so I can kick somebody else. Have an alliance. No, not quite. So kind of how this game works is it doesn't get scoring doesn't happen until a big bright red card comes here and either gets bought or gets sent out of the market. And there's only one left in the deck, and it's a double scoring. And how the scoring works is if one coalition has four more blocks on the board than any other coalition, then that's the coalition scores. So if Green Coalition had like 2 less blocks and we were scoring, then the people who are loyal to Afghan would score, but the people who have the most allegiance with Afghan would score the most points. But right now we're tied, so we would share the points. But if it scores and it's like this, then it's based off the number of discs. So right now, Johnny G Ninja, he's allied with the British, and there's pretty much no chance the British are going to score dominance, but he's got the most discs, the most power, like personal power, regardless of allegiance. So he would score the most if we went to dominance right now, and then he would win the game because the last dominance check is worth double. Yeah, see this guy is now he's bribing the Afghans to get more influence, so he has more influence than me now. But we have a lot of time until the next dominance. It's not even on the board. It could be in any one of these 12 cards. There's 12 cards left in the deck, and so it could be any one of these. Then it has to come in at the top. At this rate, I almost don't like. Almost don't want to like put green pieces on the board. It's like a weird thing, right? Like me and Harthorn are on the same team, sort of. But right now, if our team wins, he wins the game. So I don't want our team to win. It's kind of a weird thing. But if our team doesn't win, then Johnny G Ninja is going to win. So I have to like decide if it's more likely what to do. Kind of what I want to do right now is I want to move my spy over onto this guy. And then I want to fucking kick his idiot over. Is that worth my time? There, you fucker. So that's probably worth my time because it puts a disc back on his board so he's less powerful. And it frees up my guy to no longer be blackmailed. Now do I play this Kabul idiot now? Let's play this guy down here. And we'll rule Kabul. So now if we score power, me and Johnny G Ninja are tied, which means we would tie the game, which means the person with the most military cards would win. So right now I'm winning if we checked right now. But again, we're a long ways from checking. The problem is like, I'm kind of married to Afghanistan, and he's kind of married to the Brits. And this guy's kind of married to Afghanistan, and this guy could do anything. He's Russian, but he's not very committed. So we're in a situation where it's almost all about discs right now. Because if this guy who's hard committed to the British starts putting British pieces on the board, then we'll keep him in check. So he kind of can't do that. But at the same time, I got to make sure that this guy doesn't put too many Afghan pieces on the board, because then if he does, then we'll win, but he'll win. So what I want to do is I want to put a spy on my Shah Shuja Durrani, and basically what's going to happen is, you see how like this card has like an Afghan symbol upside down underneath it? That means if you kill this guy, you get an Afghan loyalty. So what I want to do is actually like kill off my own card for Afghan loyalty. If I need to. Johnny G's sending guys into my tableau again. Like, fuck off, Johnny. He's blackmailing my guy, my Shah. The shit part is, if I kind of have to do something about this guy before riots in Kabul happen. Unless I want to buy the card. But I don't think I do. See what this guy does. I'm curious if this guy is going to start putting more green pieces on the table or not. I'm in a position of independent power, and I'm in the right alliance, maybe. Oh, this guy purchased nation building. Okay, so I don't have to worry about this guy going away anymore, randomly. Okay, so there's dominance. So right now, if dominance gets purchased, I will win the game. But I'm gonna be careful. Oh, this guy's pushing towards dominance. But I think he's about... Wait. Why would he do that? He purchased 2 cards. This guy might be giving me the game. I'm not sure what's happening. This game's kind of complicated, so I feel like sometimes people aren't sure what they're doing. I definitely fucked up at the start. Oh, he taxed me. He taxed me. Does that do it? I don't know if that does it. I think I can still buy it. I just want to make sure I understand what's going on here. So I have the most discs off. So me and Johnny G Ninja, who have the same points, are going to tie for independent power. And then I have a military card, so I'm going to win. If I purchase the dominance, which all I have to do is take this card for 0, get $2, and then purchase the dominance check. Yeah. The guy gave me he handed me the game. Yes! I'm the winner. That was fun. I enjoy this game. That was wild. This guy fucked up. But I think he didn't realize that I think the guy thought that since I was tied with Johnny G for influence, or not for influence, for power, that I wouldn't buy the dominance check because then we would tie. But the tiebreaker is stars on military cards, and he doesn't have any. And I guess maybe he thought that since we were tied, and I would try to win, and then it would pass to this. There was just, I don't know. I think the guy just didn't understand, maybe. It took me 2.5 hours to get a game of this, and it was worth it. But now I just want to play again. I want to play again, like, right now. I want another game of this. Befriend all of them so you can play again. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. That's probably how you get games of 2 friend requests. Oh yeah, this guy added me. That's probably how you get games of like these fringe games. That's probably how you actually get lobbies, is if you get like enough people who play the game on your friends list. Will Smith, stop trolling me. You're gonna warn me? Uh-oh. I'm being warned. What am I being warned about? Okay. Yeah, I can tell. Yep. Where are you guys going? Where are you guys going? I'm so hungry right now. Okay. What is this like? Alright. I don't think I'm going to get another game of this anytime soon. I'm going to go for right now, but I'll probably be back later tonight. So, if you guys are into that. I might try to get another game of this, but I'll probably play some Doon. Maybe I'll play some other board games. Been on for a little while. So I'm going to go for the minute. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. Thanks for watching. I'll be back. I'll probably back tomorrow too, to be honest. Yeah, thanks for being here, Clear Visions. Despite the fact that you didn't know what was happening, I appreciate you. Yeah.